Alright. Hello everybody. Welcome back to another stream of painting, or at least digital painting. Today we are going to be working on an Onimask model by, I think this one's done by Gaz Minis. Let's go ahead and get some things set up here. Double check. Make sure everything is set where I want it to be. Had to change some things around for this particular stream, so just double verifying some settings here. I think. All right, let's see. Yeah, for this model here, we're gonna go ahead and kind of like the last stream, gonna be painting up. This one's gonna have a lot of pretty basic colors involved in it. There's not a whole lot that's really gonna go into too much color depth, but just another real simple one. And we might try to get and do some clever things here and there. Yeah, and for any of those who don't know, like I said, this model here is done by Gaz Minis. This is the Onimask Immortan Jone pinup model that they put out. Links to their My Manufactory page is down in the description. So if anyone would like to purchase this model from them, then for your own 3D printing purposes, then you can buy from them. If you would rather have us print it off for you so you can paint yourself, then we'll soon have this up on our website, so you can look out for that and say Discord or by checking in periodically in the site. Or if you want to wait for me to finish doing the colored variant that we're going to work on today in the stream, well then hopefully not too long after I've gotten it finished up here, we'll get that uploaded at the same time. Usually when we do these color models, we usually do the colored and gray model release at the same time. So depending on what you want to do and depending on essentially what you would like to have for this, then either you can purchase one for yourself as a digital model and then print it yourself, paint it yourself, or have us print one for you. So we're going to go ahead and just get into it. I think in this particular model, we can kind of see here, so we have some things that we essentially are going to be going over. So we have a few colors that's going to happen on this coat here. We have this back design that's going to set up here. It's like a tiger. As well as you can see the different kind of clothing effects that we have for these belts. We have like this book here, little tablet device, like and then of course the actual Onimask, and then the horns here. So in this particular model, there's gonna be a lot of pinks in this. Basically gonna be like a black style leather for the clothing bits, and then when it comes to this jacket here, it's gonna be a different variety of pinks, light pink along the edges here, the accent colors. And then on the inside, it's going to be kind of like a maroon color on the diamond stitching. And on the back side, it's going to be more like a kind of closer to a purple, but still have some pink hues into it. And then same with this bat. This bat's going to be a pink bat with some silver bits here on the end. So the first things first, like usual, I think I'm going to start with a let's see, do I want to start the skin on this one? We might actually start with the black leather portion of this, because the skin, double check around the face here, because that's what could really kind of take up time. But if we start with the black, then we essentially get all of this already accomplished. I think we're going to start the skin first, just because it's going to be easier. The only hard part is kind of getting into this area, and then we can just kind of cover up that color. with the other ones. So let me go ahead and scroll through, and as usual, good old Substance Painter is freezing as I scroll through these here. I wish I kind of knew what caused that freezing. Like, I don't know if it's that it's still trying to load in some of these materials here. I usually try to preload this program so that we don't have these issues, and I'm on NVMe SSDs. I don't know why it takes forever. It seems like it just, no matter what, unless you load it up and then scroll through all the color options, you always kind of get that first hitching effect as it still finishes loading in those additional materials. Kind of wish there was a way to kind of reduce on that, but luckily, like I said, it's only the first time around, so it's not that big of a deal. Now in this particular one, there's a bit more pinkish hues in this particular, and this person's a bit more paler or more pale than what we have here, so we're gonna try to reduce on that a little. And this one could be a little tricky sometimes because there's a lot of different colors that kind of play into this, so you have to kind of understand kind of as you go through. You can kind of take off some of the colors and kind of see how they're playing together. I mean, skin in itself does have a lot of different things going on with the different hues, and but we're gonna try to basically do what we can to try to lighten this up, kind of make it a little bit more pale while still keeping the colors here. So I think on this, actually probably gotta go back to this. See what happens. These are just the dots. I don't think that's gonna do too much, no. And then it's this top color too that we need to kind of. There we go. Now we're getting to a much. I think for now I might leave it there. We'll see how it goes when it comes to getting all the other colors mixed in. When you have one color like this, sometimes it can be a little hard to kind of see exactly what's happening. Sometimes when it's all on its own, it may look really good. You get other colors in there, and then all of a sudden it looks terrible when you're looking at contrasting colors. So I think we'll leave it there for now. It's paler than what it began with, and we can go ahead and get rid of this layer. That's just a default layer that basically gets set up with when you open up a new project. So now with that, we're going to do a leather effect. Now again, depending on how I'd want to do this, I could go with this leather stylized, and this actually gives a kind of realistic leather detail. As soon as it loads in here, we'll see. We kind of zoom in, we can already see how it's basically doing some of these effects. In fact, I may actually do it for this one. I know I said it's a little bit more cartoony, but I think I might actually keep this in for the sake of doing this. It might be kind of cool to kind of make this a bit more realistic. Yeah. Especially like when we start doing some of the effects with the coat, and then once we start doing some of these, like the part where the zipper connects and along the edge here, might be good to kind of have some different material there, so I kind of have like a contrasting where you can kind of see where different materials for the jacket, and same like on here, can kind of, if we use this as part of the jacket, then as we kind of go in and do this diamond stitching pattern, it might help make it perceived as like a more silky material, since we don't have that much depth of graininess and color like we would have on the outside. So we may actually stick with that, and since we're going to do for the coat, we might as well do for the leather at this point. But now that we're doing that, all we're going to really do is, again, just try to do what we can to color match for some of the source art. And for those who don't know, I usually try to, on my first pass, do color matching of the original artist's rendering. I just think it's kind of cool to be able to take what is on the screen and essentially be able to bring that into a real world scenario, something that was digital, something that someone had already went through, painted up, and kind of, you know, thought, here's my cool idea. Well, we could take that and bring it into the real world, which is one of the biggest benefits of this type of technology. So What I'm going to do is focus on basically the clothing. So I'm going to go ahead and label this. I didn't label too much in my last stream. I did a lot of fixing and stuff after the stream was over. But this time I'll try to go through and label things as I go along. Maybe so if someone is kind of watching and following along, it might help them understand what I'm doing. So I'm just going to put down leather clothes in this case. And then looking at my reference material, seems like we have a bit of, again, everything has a pink hue to it. I think if I was going to be a bit more smart about this, I may try to go with some base colors, and maybe we might do some like ambient lighting or something to kind of help sell the hues a bit better. I think what I'm going to do is just come in here and kind of bring this down. I do want to kind of get to the more red side of things. We're gonna do that for now. We're gonna come in here and do our curvature, because that's gonna obviously change a lot. And so now we can kind of see how we're already getting like a pinkish hue, and if we kind of focus on just like the remnants here, we can kind of see how we're starting to pull that off, even though this might be like a really dark, and we can maybe tone it down a little more. One thing to kind of keep an eye out for, and if we come up here and switch to our base color up here, we can kind of get a better idea of what the color is doing in a more like a non-stylized, like this is more of like the raw colors. This is what's actually being put on the effects without having any highlighting and shading and all that. So we can always kind of come to here to get an idea of, you know, if you were to essentially just draw this with just plain, you know, colored pencils or something, you'll kind of get to something like this rather than this here. So I think I might keep that like that for now. Again, the great thing about using things like Substance Painter or I mean a lot of these tools in general is the fact that we can go through and make changes after the fact, and come in here and, you know, update any of these colors. And there'll be a lot of times where I'll go through, I'll essentially finish up a model and then kind of come back and be like, actually I don't like that. So I might keep it there because it's at least getting us really close to what we're wanting to have. So I'll probably leave that as is. And now what we can do is start doing a black mask, and probably just start coming in here and just start coloring up. Now again, much like in our last stream, I'm not going to worry too much about trying to get everything all perfect and pristine, because again, sometimes that can take hours and hours on of itself of just going in and doing some touch-up work and doing all the fine detailing. And I more or less want to kind of go through and show what it is that I'm doing, more than, you know, me going in there with a fine tooth or like a fine brush and having to, you know, just meticulously edit in details. So you're going to go ahead and get all this in here painted. Now another thing I kind of want to talk about, like as I'm kind of doing this, when it comes to, again, doing these details, there's a thing to be really mindful of dark colors. And one thing that I will most likely do once we're done is maybe make this a higher contrasting color, because right now this may look really good on the screen. This may look perfect if you can manage to take this exact color and bring it to the real world. This may be the exact level of color that we're working for. The problem is that, again, the printer is going to do some interpolation of colors. And we've noticed that when you get into these dark colors like this on these dark leathers, or just these kind of like really just these really moody tones, that the printer has a much harder time of discerning them. Now it definitely prints them, but unless you're getting in there with like a really bright light, or you're getting in there with, you know, something that can really help you see, usually it just starts to turn into black. And I just think that a lot of that comes down to, you know, you think about when you're mixing colors in general, you know, when you start getting into these darker hues, you kind of have to start making some changes to kind of help make details pop. Now again, if you're going for something that's kind of like a black, you know, design, you want that stealth look, then sure, then maybe this is exactly what you want, and maybe that's exactly it. Maybe you want to where it's almost like pure black and almost like ethereal style black, where it doesn't make sense in a way. Then yeah, then there's really no problem. But if you're trying to go for a nice color depth, then you really need to stick with the lighter colors, because they just pop a lot more. And especially when you get into blending and working with them, they just show their own details a lot better. And then when you start blending and mixing, well, they start to combine together to make some stunning colors, and the printer really starts to amplify off that. Now there is like different ways you can do different profile setups for the machines, to kind of help with some of those issues. We don't really like getting into a whole lot of that, because really those are meant for very specific usage. Like essentially, if you had a particular render done by, you know, something that's like Pantone certified or something like that, and then you're trying to come up with a color scheme that perfectly matches that for like a demo product or something, then yeah, you probably want to go in there and start setting up some different color profiles to kind of adjust for that, and make sure that you're getting to as close as one physical item to another, while both being driven by the same, you know, original source at this point. When it comes to this stuff, I think it comes down to a lot of, again, when you're mixing in your blacks, you know, at the end of the day, you are adding a you know, like an additive into the color mix. And so when you start mixing them together, well, you add in the color, you add in the black, and it kind of darkens and mutes the whole thing. The same way where if you had a color and you just add in a bunch of white, you know, you start getting into more of a pastel color, unless you start to really go in and do some clever things to you know, make it pop. And I think it's one of the big reasons too of like when you are doing these kind of dark colors, you don't ever want to aim for a true black, because of that exact same reason. You don't want to go in and, you know, just have something that's just purely, you know, a dark color that's just all one solid color, because, well, same thing, you just lose all that definition. So it's something that's definitely something to keep an eye on, essentially. Now, I mentioned in the last stream that we do want to eventually go through, when we have some time, and come up with like our own swatches. Maybe go through, and I've been thinking about doing like a couple, like, I don't know, like a couple calibration prints. Maybe essentially do like a cut it gradient scale, but then maybe do it in such a way that you know, maybe like print out a grid. That way you can essentially use that to map out colors. So when we go to do our own painting, well, we know what it's going to look like in the real world. It may look a little worse on screen, but it's going to look better in the final product. And there's a whole other spectrum of things that we can get into as well, because like right now I'm just going off of some of the default that Substance Painter has. There could be entire under rendering displays that could potentially perform a lot better in our use case. At the end of the day, This is mostly meant for having really good starting materials with a really good shadow, depth of field, and would be used for things such as, you know, rendering out characters or models for a video game, or you know, someone's, you know, product, or you know, imagine if someone's like modeling a car and they want to get some nice materials. Yeah, it's great because you can go in there and you can get these metallics, you can get these pearlescence and transparencies, and that's one of the things that makes this program really powerful in that regard. At the same time, well, that's not what we're going for. We're going for more color accuracy. We don't want it to look good in the render, we want it to look good in the real world. So I think it might be another thing that I'll have to eventually sit down and do a deeper dive on, and that is kind of coming up with, well, what would be the best settings? And when we're talking color by number, where imagine all you have is some colored pencils, or you know, just your base color paints to color with, you know, how would you do it? You know, imagine you're painting a figurine, you're doing a sword, but let's imagine you didn't even have any of the metallic paints. You literally just had, you know, blacks, grays, and whites, and you know, some other base colors such as blues, reds, and greens. You know, like, what would you do to make that look metallic? That's kind of the same thing that we have to do here. And again, I can show a little bit how we can use some helping guides. The light generator can really help with getting some of that metallic look, making it seem like it has a sheen to it as the light would hit it and reflect off of it. We did that in the last stream, and we might do it a couple times here, not so much because we have much reflective surfaces. I mean, we do have like these spiky bits here. Looks like they're a metallic color all the way around, a single metallic color for these. And then again, we have this belt buckle, this zipper here, and then same out here, but this is going to be a black zipper, whereas this one's going to be a silver zipper in the center. There's a couple spots, but what we might get into, like I mentioned, and that would be like trying to do some like ambient occlusion, having the light cast on the character and therefore giving it some more color. Again, we got to be careful with that, because what may look good on the screen is going to look really, really bad on the actual model. It'll be like, it's almost like being overexposed if we're not careful with how much of that light that we add in. So imagine you had a red color, and you just turn it up real bright and it looks amazing because you want it to be like a nice, you know, well, what if she is in a red room with red lights? You know, that's what I'm going for. Well, what could happen is when you get done printing it, it's just red. Like the whole front of it's just red because it's been very overexposed, and there's no artificial shading to help knock that back. Whereas in these programs, again, there's always a level of, you know, shading effect. Again, that's why I say going up here to our material here and then selecting base color. Again, that makes it look so much different of what those colors actually become. And that's much more to what the printer would see. And so once we kind of get into doing that part with the lighting, I'll kind of toggle between those states, and you can see what I mean by, oh yeah, this looks amazing. And then you print it and it's terrible. Remember, I did a horseman that had, again, really moody shadows. And this is when I was first getting used to using the programs and kind of messing with the lighting features. Well, I went through, done a bunch of really cool lighting effects, and again, it looks stunning in the preview. But the problem was, again, it was basically acting like an overexposure, but except this time it's like a negative exposure because I was doing some shadowing effects. And what that turned into was, well, on the one side it looked great, it was fully colored in and you could tell what's going on, and on the back side where the shadow would be, it was just pure black. You literally couldn't discern any of the detail from the model, which basically meant it was a scrap model, and that's a fairly pricey endeavor to go through and scrap a model like that, especially since that was a much larger model than what we would normally sell. So again, just something to be kind of really cautious of. It's so much better to kind of go through, and once you're done doing a bunch of work, kind of spot checking yourself with that base color render rather than this material preview. It's almost the same for anyone that's used Blender and you've used the environments property tab to shade your model. It's the same thing about how you have your studio, your matte cap, and then you have your flat colors. The same thing there. You flip on the studio or matte cap, well, it automatically just drastically changes it. And in some ways, it gives it great depth of color, makes it great for a rendering scene. But again, that's just purely an environment setting based on Blender. That's not the real world. That's someone's pre-made shader effect and lighting effect that's making that happen. It's not actual realistic light, it's simulated light. Now obviously people try to get as close to it as possible with that, but still is not what we are wanting to achieve. So if we're going to, in case of Blender, the flat color, well, yeah, everything looks super cartoonish, but that's also the true colors that we see. So it's kind of the same thing where if you're in Blender and you go through and you set that up, it's a similar effect. And we care about the true colors because, well, the printer also has its own shader and its own effect and all that. And so if you start combining those, well, you might get into some really weird, unexpected results. Now we have had a couple times where we've gotten really lucky and those weird and unexpected results turn into some amazing colors. We did a model for Atlas, the Stellar Moon Princess, and it just happened to be that the color of blue that I picked turned into one of the best transparent blues I've seen out of almost any resin prints, even the ones that you can buy off the shelf if you just wanted to print in transparent blue. And that was just a happy coincidence. Didn't intend for that, and so now it's like, oh, okay, cool. If I ever want to make an effect like that now, I'm going to go back to that project, grab that color code I used, and I'm going to use it again. Or maybe I like exactly the stuck in the rope here, the darkness and the highlighting, so I might just shift it on the color spectrum and then maybe change it to, say, a green. Or there's another model I debated about doing where it is essentially it's more like a purple color, because I think it's supposed to be like a spell effect. It's a person that's basically in a summoning circle and they have these spells with these transparent butterflies. I'm stuck on something. Oh, the other leg. But they have these transparent butterflies in the spell effect, and I was like, thought about doing that one eventually as well, but decided to go ahead and do this one. I've looked at this one a few times, and there's another Onimask that I want to do. I'm a little hesitant because there's a lot that goes on with it. And it's not for the sake that I don't want to do it. It just comes through, it's a large, complex model that doesn't lend itself to being great for full color 3D printing. It just comes where cost is just the biggest driver at that point. So I might do it, but it'd be purely for fun and practice, and maybe then I'll try to experiment and do some stuff to get some more out of the effort. But other than that, it's just kind of large for what we're doing, because it's something similar to this, but it has a whole like shrine, so it has a whole thing that's up around the top, and they're like sitting in this big chair. And really all what that turns into when it comes to the process, it just means that that's a lot of volume. And for anyone who's done any kind of resin printing, you know that when you have large volume prints like that, well, the material consumption goes way up. Now, much like normal or standard resin printing, we can hollow models, but it doesn't save nearly as much as, say, hollowing a resin print would. Because at the end of the day, if you hollow a resin print, you could technically drain some of that resin back out and reclaim some of that resin once you've set it on the printer. Well, in the full color 3D printing aspect, well, there's a support material there that gets used, and that material doesn't get to be reclaimed. It's still just waste material. And although the support material is cheaper than the color resin, it's still a much higher cost than, say, your standard MSLA or SLA printer resin. Hopefully in the future that's not the case. Hopefully some more third-party people can, more third-party vendors and individuals can get involved and maybe start having some more competition and help lower the price of these resins. Because I think that's probably the biggest barrier to entry in this industry is price of the machine, and once you get past the price of the machine, the cost of materials. And really the only way that you're ever going to drive down those costs is by using it and supporting others that want to make competing products that are good. Gotta preface that we want still quality products here, but get more and more people starting to get into this side of 3D printing. I imagine there's tons of people that would love to have the ability to 3D print their models in full color. Okay, I think we're almost wrapped up here with this. I need to clean up around there in the back there, so I just need to clean up, tighten up around here. And again, like before, I'm not going to go overboard on making sure everything's super refined and all that, because again, just a very long, tedious process that doesn't really make for a great, viewing entertainment. There we go. Still want to have it to where, at least while I'm doing the live stream, I'm, doing something that someone might be able to get some value out of and learn and do on this own. Because we definitely encourage users who want to get into doing this to essentially go out there and start coloring. We talk to artists all the time and say, hey, you've already done all the coloring effect. If you just give us, these files here, then we can print it in full color. And same thing, we've had plenty of people message us on the website and all that, and ask like, hey, I want to have a miniature, painted up or printed with these colors, and yeah, we're more happy to do that. The downside is that, if we go through and it's a model that we haven't colored, well, there's a cost associated with that. But if you go through and you color the models and you give us the colored model, then you can basically spend as much time as you want, get the colors exactly as you want, and then we can go through and then, basically check it and verify that it will work, and then print it, and then ta-da. You also have a fully 3D printed color model. The other really cool thing that is kind of a benefit to doing these fully colored models like this is, of course, when you say paint a model, you're painting the surface of the resin, and so you got to seal and protect it and all that. Well, in this process here, since it's actually the resin itself that's pigmented, I need to do this. There's actually some depth to the color. It's not just on the surface. So even if you were to, somehow scratch up a model or something as you're using it, you're not actually going to lose a color unless you manage to really go after it, at which point it'll probably break before you scratch any of the color off. That's like another, that is still a benefit where some of the models that we have, we can move around, put them in a baggie, especially on the small sturdy models, put them in a baggie and then take them to events and not worry about them having their paint chipped and all that. So it's kind of another nicety. You know, with that being said, this is still a resin model, so you know, anyone that's printed in resin know that resin models can be fragile, and they at least have that going for them in terms of basically of having some resistance of normal wear and tear. And then we also go through and we do some post-processing, which also helps with keeping the color even more protected and allows the colors to pop a little bit more. That way when we do have some of those darks, and especially when we have those lovely bright hues, that they really pop out. And we've done a couple that I thought were really cool. There's a model that I did for another creator that was basically like supposed to be like a Grim Reaper style character, and she had these like pale eyes, but they glowed. And of course, you know, it's not easy to make a glowing effect when you're painting. But again, I picked a really bright bluish pale hue, and since it's such a bright color that when you do hold the character or the model in the right light, the eyes actually do look like they glow slightly. So it's kind of really cool, and that's just again of just being able to have that very bright color compared to what is contrasting dark colors. They actually seem like they're glowing just because of how bright that they are as a pigment, almost pure cyan in a way, except just paler. Okay, I think I'm going to probably finish up on that. I think we can all get the idea of what we're kind of going for on that. And again, I might change up these colors as we go along. But I think what I might start with next, we could go ahead and finish out the bits here, which I'm thinking about doing. That way we can kind of just do the character, and then we can kind of do the coat, and then kind of see this all start to come together. So I might just go ahead and finish out these little bits on this. Oh, and this actually needs to be colored in. Realize that. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Oh, one more thing. This needs to be colored. We at least need to hit this. We're gonna go ahead here. I'll just kind of sloppily go after it, and then we'll come in. It'll be easier to remove color afterwards. And here we go. Like, here's another kind of perk to coloring models in this fashion. That is going through and being able to get into hard to reach areas that a brush would be very hard to get into. In the last model we did, there's a couple areas that it's in the hair, and I mentioned before and I mentioned again, where it's like sometimes you have to wonder if it's even worth going into there, because you'd have to like get a flashlight going with like a magnifying glass and really get in there to see it. But I at least like to go through and try to ensure that I'm not doing a kind of like a half-assed job when it comes to doing the coloring. I do try to complete it all out, even though we do use some smoke and mirrors every once in a while to kind of get around some of these limitations. It's mostly just to get around the model issues, or just dealing with the equipment more than trying to be deceptive. So okay, and we're gonna leave that spike because that's gonna be a silver color, and we're gonna clean up around here. And again, I'm not going to worry too much. Another thing that I do sometimes that I haven't seen, and I may show it at some point when I have more of my my workflow laid out when it comes to streaming. There's one thing to have a workflow set up to do this while you're just doing it. It's another thing to have a workflow to be set up while you're also streaming, so that you can also see what it is I'm trying to do. It's a little bit more challenging, but I may show it. But what I was gonna say is another thing I may do is, again, different programs show different things, so I may throw it in Blender and I'll give it a couple look around on Blender and realize, oh, I missed a huge spot over here. Again, just a kind of way to kind of look at it in a different light and from a different perspective. So that's another reason why it's, you can kind of take it in multiple cleanup passes, throw the paint down real quick, and then when it comes to doing all your fine tuning and edges, then we can, you can focus on more than, oh, I still have this whole top piece here. So I gotta do this piece. And then we'll get to doing the other bits, because I think once I'm done doing this color, I'm probably gonna move on to doing the pink straps, which would be these bits basically here and up here, and then the belts on the waist and on the leg there. They're gonna be your pretty standard pink color. So let's go ahead, get that here. And again, it doesn't matter that I'm getting that, because we're going to go over it with a different color eventually anyways. And even if we decide that we're not going to do it that way, come back and fix it then. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go here. Get up around this. Get in here. That's fine to leave because it's going to be pink. Gotta get up around here. And like I mentioned in the at the end of the last stream, if anyone has anything that they would eventually like to see, any techniques, any tips, or just how I even got to this point, because I know there's not a whole lot of information out there, that I'll be more than happy to go over that. I have been trying to make a video that kind of explains this process from beginning to end. I think there is one other video out there by Printed Obsession who actually explains the prep work of the models to get them to the point where you can start painting them. And this would be any model. It doesn't have to be one that you designed or sculpted. This could be anything that you'd pull off of My Mini Factory, off Patreon, or a Kickstarter. You can throw it into here and enhance it, essentially. But I've been meaning to kind of do a different video because my workflow is different than what he depicted, and my workflow lends itself to be more friendly to the printer. So I've been debating about trying to go in and kind of do a video, and also there's a couple things that I've learned that isn't really shown, and that's like how to do transparent colors, how to set up different effects, like with the lighting effect. He shows a couple with some curvature and ambient occlusions, but your mileage may vary depending on the model itself. I've used those techniques as well. There's certain models that it looks absolutely stunning on, and there's other models where you have a massive triangle in the middle of it, where it just looks awful. And a lot of that really does come down to the nature of what we have to do to get to this point. we are definitely not approaching this the correct way. The correct way to do these models would be to really retopology the whole model, and that's just a whole lot of effort for not much reward. It's one thing if you're designing the model and you're trying to get it from day one to be compatible. That's a completely different story, and it's much easier to figure out. But when these models have already been kind of prepped, went over, and decimated, you've lost all ability to go in and kind of fix up the model. So you basically have to retopology the entire model and start from scratch on that, and then finally use the starting model as a map to get your high level detail back. And we're talking that, you know, that in of itself can take hours and hours. Blender does an extremely good job at doing it. I have tried a couple in the past, and I've never finished any just because of how long it would take. I just don't see personally the reward that I would get out of it versus doing it the method I'm doing now. Yeah, does that mean I may lose out on some of the tools that Substance Painter can use? Absolutely. But I think I found some pretty good workarounds to use some other tools and ways to simulate a similar effect. Like in the last video, I kind of showed, instead of using the gradient tool, using the position tool. The downside is that it takes a bit more time to set up and essentially get lined up appropriately, but at the same time, it took me maybe 10 minutes at most to do that, where to basically get that tool to work like how I wanted it to. Whereas again, retopologing a model so that all the other tools would work normally would take me hours and hours, and at the end of the day, they're gonna look pretty much the same, especially with what we're doing. It'd be a different story if we were, rendering out an 8K image that's going to be used in a, promo or for a video game where someone may actually stare at it for a very long time, and, completely different story. But when it comes to this, no, it's not going to matter in the slightest. So we're moving on to doing the pink belt. So we're gonna probably do again. We're gonna do the belts. We're gonna do the straps on the blouse up there, and then move on to doing the belts on the leg. I guess I don't need to really worry about this because I'm gonna paint over this. All this I'm gonna paint over with the different brush. So again, here's where we get to be a little sloppy, except for over here. We don't necessarily want to. Actually, really, over there doesn't matter either. It's just down here. We don't want to go over color that we want to keep. Everything else, for the most part, we can basically just paint away. Speeds up the process, and you can come back in and clean it up afterwards. And usually I've found it's so much easier to come back through and clean up with the eraser tool than it is to try to get it perfect with the drawing tool, especially when you're trying to do a soft brush that's going to gradient a little. So much easier to just come in with a hard edged eraser tool like this and just come in and clean up all this area. Okay, of all this here. And also this is again where we're another point where it's a very bright color on a very dark color, so it can be a little tricky sometimes to get in here. This might be a point where it would be good to use a softer eraser brush, because then what's going to happen is that that's going to help like blend the colors together. And even though it's like technically that's not right, that should be a hard edge color from one to the other. Again, by the time the printer's done printing it, you will not be able to tell. Like, I don't think you'll even notice that this skin color pokes out here. it's gonna disappear by the time the printer's finished printing it out. So let's go ahead, flip around here, get this all here. I wonder, surprised that this track classifies as lo-fi. I think I want to listen. Try and move. Anything, I might switch to a different playlist, depending on how this goes. Like here's a good area here where it's like now that I've kind of come in cleaned up, like technically I need to move that belt down further, and we get to be a little sloppy here because I'm just putting two colors together. Okay, that's fine. I'll just clean this up just for cleanliness, otherwise again we're just gonna go over it with a different color. This needs to be cleaned up. And also another thing too is like it's kind of nice once you get all the colors down, because then once you have everything that's been painted, again we get to cheat essentially and kind of help clean up some of these edges where sometimes it may make sense to be like, oh, you know, we wanted this to all be, you know, one color. Every once in a while things could sometimes just look a little weird, and that comes down to the fact that again the model's been decimated. So you know, in the real world, you know, we would have clean hard edges where, you know, like a belt would meet a piece of clothing, but here it may be blended in slightly because when the model lost some of its geometry, instead of it being a clean line, it's now like a slope. It's, you know, and sometimes it could be a little hard getting some of these items to look as clean as you'd want them to. So every once in a while I'll come back through and I will kind of rebalance where the color, rebalance where the color is kind of hitting different things. Like actually now that I think about it, like I think technically this belt would come like this and go back like that. So there is still some level of needing to kind of go in and fine tune and adjust. Yeah, like this here is a good example. So actually I'd rather this come down much further like that. And like here you can see where we have some like weird artifacting issue. Again, we're just not going to be able to really get rid of that, not with how we have things set up. Okay, I'm going to probably leave that section. We're going to move on to this section. Go here. Camera by accident. Okay. You got that. Get around here. Get in there, yeah. Probably just here. And again, like this is one of those areas where it's like, yeah, if someone really want to get in there, they might be able to see, like, you know, making sure that all of this is lined up properly. But you know, at that point, it's going to really come down to your own judgment of how far you want to take it. And Because also keep in mind too, like on these particular models, when we are printing models like this, what we kind of say like the pinup models, we do try to usually go for, you know, like a 50 or 75 millimeter model. So a fairly large model. If we're kind of going through here and setting this up to be, say, a 28 millimeter, 32 millimeter model, well, again, you can only crush down a 4K texture so much. And so again, some of these details just completely disappear, or they're so minutely small that you're not going to be able to discern issues. At that point, it's just better to get the overall look that you're going for and not worry that much about the minutia, at least until you've seen a little bit of the before and after results, and then you can focus on what matters most in the model. So it's like here, I'd be much more worried about getting the colors correct than I would be of making sure that every little detail is perfectly defined and determined. You know, the closest I can think I would get to something like that, and that'd be like if I'm doing gradients. Like, imagine I'm doing a character that might have like a lot of flowers. I'd much rather make sure that those gradients look good and make sense, so that in the final product you have all sorts of different color blends and something that really shows off the technology, rather than making sure that every flower was exactly crisp and painted and ended at the exact right location. More people would be staring at the color than what they would be on the actual line work, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Okay. This. Top piece. There. Close enough. Close enough for this stream. Okay. I think I will probably mark that done there. Move on to the next one. Technically, I think this little pouch here with the book, I think that's all supposed to be this black color here, so I may paint that up right. Okay. Now again, we're just gonna go back in with our eraser tool, and this time I'm gonna probably do it more hard edge. That way I'm not fighting with the brush. 'Cause sometimes what can happen is if you have a soft edge brush, kind of like what you saw earlier, I could accidentally erase something I don't want to, and then I go to draw it in and then drew over something I didn't want to, and then just start fighting myself of trying to go back and forth and stuck in the leg. There we go. Fine. Go and grab this, although really this is kind of what I was talking about. These one is areas that you're not going to be going and looking at where that meets the robe. And especially if you're, even if you're wanting to show it to someone, they're not going to go in there. If someone was to take the model and then critique it that badly, well, then they're just being a critic for the sake of being a critic. So here, and then like this might be one of those times where, again, I might just bring down the black here, and then like things like this is kind of what I was mentioning before about how sometimes it can get a little tricky of like, what color should this be? Practically as part of the belt, but we may go ahead and remove it because I may think it looks better for that part to be, you know, the blacker color and not the pink. And then we can kind of take a step back, look at it. That'd be another thing too, much like anything that you would paint up or color, you know. It's always kind of good to kind of just look at it from an angle, or look at it from a distance, I mean, and just kind of look at it again. Because again, we're definitely at a point where we can get up really up close and personal with this, and sometimes you can kind of get lost in the details and then take a step back and be like, oh, that looks terrible, and then, you know, redo the whole thing in a slightly sadder state. Yeah, every once in a while, I'll just finish up. You can guys go back and be like, you know what, these missing spots here, these definitely should have this color in here. And then you can say, oh yeah, it looks a lot better. Just top this belt, kind of look at it from the top, be like, nah, rather that be pink. Like this triangle here is another one of those, just the way the mesh plays out. So we can't really fix it that much. Another thing that's happening and what could come up is we're always doing an interpolation. And essentially what that is if I was to go over to my baking tab here, what's happening is that we have a low poly model, and that's basically what you see here with this wireframe. Everything here is a low poly mesh, and then we're taking this here, which is a high poly. So like the low poly mesh will maybe have like, you know, 50,000 triangles, 20 or 70,000 triangles. And then the high poly mesh, well, that might have hundreds of thousands of triangles. That's the actual geometry that we care about. Imagine if we're sculpting in ZBrush or Blender, you know, that sculpt, what you want to have that end result because you want that detail. But at the same time, we don't want to have to try to process all that detail at once. If we're trying to work on a model that's 2 million, say, polygons, well, it's going to be forever for us to go through. And then things like Substance Painter is going to run very slow, and we're talking like 5 FPS, unusable to try to do any actual productive work in. That's why we had to reduce the size. Otherwise, the machine doesn't care. The printer, it doesn't care. It just needs to know where to put the color at. But we do that so that we can actually work with the model. And then when we're done, it basically gets baked to have a high poly texture. That's why we would use the 4K, and then that's what we use to drive all the lighting effects. So what's happening is we are taking this low poly model, and just like in a video game, we're basically transposing a very high level detailed render on top of it, a texture. You know, imagine like you're playing a video game and you see a nice rock. Well, that rock may look pretty realistic, but it doesn't mean that someone went through there and made a rock that's 1,000 polygons. No, it's probably like 10, probably almost a cube or a slightly lopsided cube. That's all it ever needs to be. And then the rest of it's just a texture, and that texture's been mapped to make it look like a very well-defined rock. And that's how we have optimized video games and unoptimized video games, is through that kind of interaction. And so for us, we're trying to go for the optimization so that when we are doing their post-processing, such as painting these and other effects, we can nice and easily move it around the screen like this without stuttering and lagging really bad, but also have all of the details that we see here, like with the coat and with the hair and all that, because, well, we want those details. So it's kind of, in a way, blending the techniques that you'd use for like video game creation and bring it to the real world. The model is slightly less, has less triangles than what it started with, but it has just as much detail as the model that we started with. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this here next because that is technically also this black color. I didn't notice that at first. And this is all that silver color, so then we'll probably do the silver color next. Which means that we will have to fix that pink that's there, but that's fine. We just want to come in here and so that's black, we can be a little reckless on the color placement there because the pink color is one step higher than this color, one layer higher. Get this out of the way, and we'll have to clean up around here because this piece here is supposed to be a silver piece as well, but all this needs to basically be black color, or this dark pink color, I should say. Clean up around there, and we'll kind of reduce our brush size a little so we can get into these harder places. Okay, I think that'll be fine. I mean, one could argue, you know, like, ooh, that should be have more black, and this should have more black in there, like that. I don't think it's gonna matter a whole lot. Like, I could basically leave that as is, because again, we're not gonna see all that detail. I doubt we'd even see this detail, but I'll color it in anyways. So there, we'll just do that. Call that good. Not worth stressing that much over. Okay. Then just clean up this. Actually, we don't have to because we're gonna paint over this. So really, we don't need to do any cleanup work there. But we do need to clean up this. So get this better state. It's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where sometimes we may need to come back and clean up edges of stuff because we realize, oh, oops, we forgot something, or actually it looks better to be like that, or like this. Luckily, we get to easily do that. Come back in, color this in, hit under here, get all that. Okay. I think that should be fine. And again, like this, we don't technically need to clean up, but I will just to keep things tidy. Okay. The next thing up will be the metallic bits. Now, I'm not going to do the lighting effect right away, and the reason for that is because another thing to keep in mind when we start adding in effects, they start to slow down this render preview, especially when we do adding in light effects, or when we do add in light effects. It can start to stutter. So sometimes what I might do is I might go in. If I do add them right away, then I'll just hide them and then turn them on in the end when I'm ready to export out the model. Or I might just hold off and come back to it later and do it then. And I think for the sake of this, I'll probably just hold off and kind of do all the lighting effects of one pass so that we can kind of have a better idea of what it is that we're trying to do for each one. Now in this particular silver, again, everything kind of has this pinkish hue, but I think I'm going to slightly ignore that. Because again, if we're going to kind of go the impression that we are going to, we're going to kind of add a lighting effect, well then we can basically do it then. So let's see. Sometimes what I might do is I might come in here and actually do blue. I think the blue here actually really helps with making it a bit more of a metallic look. Let me come in here. Gonna really help with darken it up. And this here is a very shiny, polished, almost like chrome in a way. I don't like that. It's pretty much kind of like if we were to come in here and do this. We just grab the aluminum and just drop it right in here. It's kind of a color like that without the streaks. I think that just looks a little, I don't know, gaudy. So we kind of come back here. I think we're getting pretty close on that. I may keep that there for now, and then we're just going to add a black mask to this whole folder so that when we do add in our lighting effect, it affects only this metallic color. And I butchered spelling that word. Okay. Then we can kind of come in here and start painting around here. Here we can now start to see where we get to easily go over some of these pre-existing colors and not really worry that much about it. Just come down along here. All these just covered up. Yeah, I mean, another way I always kind of look at this is like it's the same thing about when you're laying down your base colors on like miniature painting. You know, the only really rules that you have to worry about then is preserving your whites. Otherwise, it's not much different than you're just trying to get your, you're trying to get your reds put down. You're trying to get your greens put down. And then you're going to go in afterwards and then, blend colors together. Start to really make them have depth. Kind of a similar thing here, except that since we don't have to worry about preserving our whites or preserving any color for that matter, we get to just go right at it. It's still kind of the same concept for the sake of productivity. Trying to blend everything, together all at once. It would just take way too long. And again, you can probably get all the way through a section of a project and then look at it and be like, wow, I don't like that color at all. So you may have to just repaint over it again anyways. So why waste your time doing all that blend work and shading work and all that when you may not even like that color when you're done anyways. Same starting principle. It's just that we get to have a little bit more freedoms about how much we need to follow some of those rules. I realized I never did the pink up on the blouse. We can get to that later. Already we're going to start seeing some items start to take effect here on the clothing. And then we can start to see how we like these colors, especially with the dark pink leather that we have going on. When I say dark pink, I mean really dark pink. Make sure it's double check. Yep. Sometimes I get carried away and some color the wrong thing, thinking it's something else, and having to go back in and remove it. Okay, and all this here. Let's see, let's just double check on this before we, yeah, see like this backside here we need to do. Like another thing too that's kind of nice about this is the fact that we can just swap between colors at our own whimsy. I mean, there's definitely products out there. You can get yourself a wet palette to paint with, and that will help preserve your paints. But imagine you mix up a color and you spend a couple hours when you have time painting it, and then you set the color down. It may dry out depending on when you get back to your project, and turns out, oops, I need to also color this that color. Now you have to go through and you have to remix that color and try to color match it from the last one. And here, it doesn't matter. Just go right back to the color. Or like I said before, there's times I went back to old projects and grabbed the exact colors I used for that. Clean this up because I realized that this is missed. Just knowing the perks, I suppose, of doing this way. I would definitely say there's still a lot to be said about hand painting models. For instance, you can paint with metallics. Can't do that with this process, at least not yet. And I could think of a couple ways you could technically tackle that, but it'd be massively expensive. You can definitely go through and do some stuff with your normal paints. That's, oops, not that, other way around. That is much harder to do in this program. And then there's also the whole thing too where, what would you rather have as a skill concept? Let's go to my example about needing to swap between paints. Well, a nice patient individual would be able to kind of look and scout out everything, and then be able to realize, oops, like, hey, I need to paint this paint too, and they'll double check their work. They'll spend much more time and be much more successful at spending that time on making sure they don't make mistakes like that. Whereas for me, I may make them a lot because I don't need to necessarily figure that out. And a skill like that could translate to something like this even. It's all about keeping your workflow productive. And then there's probably a lot of people who don't like the idea of using a program like this. They may not like the feel. Maybe they want to have the brush in their hands and they're going through, or when they're doing their drawing effects, they don't want to draw using a tablet. They want to draw on the actual physical model because it's much different to draw on a 3D shape than it is a 2D shape. And maybe they like the idea of being able to kind of follow the curvatures. Maybe that helps. Maybe something that gives someone more feedback when it comes to the process, and therefore allows them to have more fine control over what they're doing. Whereas this, there's a lot of you're making some assumptions of how this will look by the time it's done. You don't have that instant feedback really on whether or not if what you're doing is even gonna work out. I think really at that point, the major benefit that this would have, and that would be, well, if it doesn't work out, then I can easily make some tweaks without having to start all over. I don't have to worry about stripping paint, getting more paint depending, stuff like that. But this is by no means a replacement for a talented artist that can make some really cool stuff happen. There's still plenty of times I want to, take out an airbrush and do actual, painting with a brush versus doing this. There's also, I know one thing that we really had a hard time going through, and that is just explain to people what it is that is actually happening. A lot of people, when they look at this, they don't realize what was actually done. They have a concept of, that should be silver, based on prior experiences, so they think that it might just be a hand brush model. And in some cases that's not the best because, well, we're not trying to do a hand brushed model, so it may not look like someone would expect it to look, and therefore may look bad to them. So just being able to explain, like, no, here's the process that made this happen, and here's what we did to get to this point. Then people start to understand a little bit better on how powerful this could be as a tool. Definitely not a replacer, but how this could be used to make some really cool items. Like us, we work with a lot of VTubers, and I mentioned before about how this becomes much more cost effective for people that want to get into some small run merchandising. This allows for a consistent item to be produced for not a whole lot of money, and you still get the benefit of having something that's fully colored, and that's also very, very highly detailed, because you compare it to some of the PVC models. There's also a level of detail that could be achieved on these that cannot be achieved through the method that, say, a PVC model, since it's going through injection molding. They could do some really stunning things for sure, but there is no competition between the level of detail. There is just doesn't work the same way, and we get to have the benefit of being able to have impossible geometry in a way. Like trying to have a mold release the hair, well, that's not going to be possible. That mold has to go all the way around that ponytail, which means that this hair, if it's going to be injection mold, has to be a separate piece. And there's just a lot of things to take into that consideration. Whereas for us, don't care. Here, this actually technically needs to be this color. So it's just a whole way to kind of think about it differently, and there's definitely some things that only this technology can do. Again, they're all tools, all with their strengths and weaknesses. And we try to show off our tools that we have to the absolute extreme of their abilities. We've talked about Maki a few times, and we're pretty confident we've pushed this machine harder in quite a few of the models that we've created than even they were intending. And it's kind of funny because you compare some of the models that we've done to some of the test prints that they will show on like their videos. I think in some cases we do a better job at showing what the machine can truly do. They have some stuff that's a little easier to wrap your head around in terms of you know, what is it? Like I think the real famous one is the couch. They print the couch in many different colors. So yeah, it's a couch, but it's also a couch. Like what's special about that? What makes them? Why would we want to print a couch on that machine? But some of the stuff that we've done, such as with our figurines and what we've done in terms of the models and the textures we've done. I know people that are big cast molders. They make plenty of casts and cast their works. We've showed them some of our stuff, and you know they're astonished by what could be done. I obviously we know a lot of hand painters, and they're astonished by the quality that could be made. Because sometimes, you know, people just want to have something that they can put on their shelf. A lot of times it means that they have to paint that to put it on their shelf, and that's a necessary step that they've become accustomed to doing. But well, what if you just don't want to paint something? Maybe you just want to have the item and just be able to put it on your shelf. Well, you can essentially do that. The other thing too that we've really showcased in a couple of our models that we can eventually showcase, and that is how we've been able to almost blend what seems to be 2D printing and 3D printing together, where instead of trying to make complex shapes and complex geometry, we can put like a decal essentially on the model, and that decal becomes part of the model's characteristics. And it's just a stunning effect because it just seems so out there. Again, if you were to try to do that, say with a injection molding, well, that's just not really feasible unless you're gonna have someone, you know, a way to sticker it up or go through and set that up. But then that's a whole other step. That's a whole other process. And that's not a simple process to work through. Whereas for us, it's just another print on the printer. Okay. Clean up on this belt buckle here. We just got done doing this on the belt loop there. Yeah, it's like stuff like this. There'll be plenty of times I'll come back at a later point and find out like, oh, I messed up all this. Like that's supposed to be a completely different color, and it's perfectly fine. Another thing I might eventually do for those who don't want to go this far, there is still another way that you can do texture painting, or not texture painting, vertex painting. The nice thing about doing vertex painting is technically you can do that completely free. You could do this process free, but like I mentioned before, there is a ton of time that goes into it. So then I would ask, you know, taking your time and labor into consideration, are you going to spend hours and hours to do that? And then are you going to be happy with that result? Because if you spend a lot of time and you're not happy with it, well, it's probably going to dissuade you from trying it again. One thing you could do is vertex painting. And the difference between this and vertex painting is, again, here, we're applying a texture. We're basically saying, hey, here's a model and here's a texture map that puts the color on the model. And again, that's basically what's done in, you know, video games, movies, you know, anything that's along those lines. Vertex painting, on the other hand, paints the actual triangles themselves. So if I kind of went back to my screen here again, all these triangles that you see, these highlighted colors here. If we zoom out, you can see yeah, all the like the white lines, all those triangles. Well, you paint all of those, and where you see that a lot is like FDM printing, multi-material FDM printing is paint by triangle. That's a fully paint by colors situation, because you're just painting the triangles. You're not worrying about much beyond that. Does it look good? And the reason why I say that, it's free is because, well, Blender can do all that. You don't have to run Substance Painter, which it costs. You don't have to run ZBrush, which that costs. It can all be done right in Blender. And so I may show a video about that. The downside of doing vertex painting is if you ever have to fix the model, if you ever have to modify the model, well, your work for the most part gets ruined. And that means that you'd have to go through and essentially ensure, or you just have to redo it, at least those areas that got ruined by those modifications. Whereas when it comes to a texture, it's much easier to salvage that work. Now, obviously, if I come in here and change the shape of the belt, well, that texture isn't going to do anything to help me. But it may be a lot closer to being fixable. I can easily come back in and repaint again, and it's, it's done. And sometimes you could get lucky and then you didn't make a big enough change. Like, let's say this model wasn't manifold, or there was a problem that had to be fixed with it. It could be fixed, and odds are, depending on where you fixed it, it may be fine. You may be able just to leave it alone as it is and carry on. With vertex painting, you run that much higher risk of you'll have to do work after fixing it. Now, with that said, what you could do is, before you do any coloring of a model, is run it through slicers first. Now, generally, or Blender even has a tool as under its 3D print tools to check for issues on the model. So you could run through all that first, and if that works, run it through a couple programs and make sure that none of them complain. Well, the odds are, let's say if you send it off to us to have us print it, well, our slicer is going to handle it just fine. And if that's the case, and it's already been verified, then you can vertex color it however you want, and you're basically finished. You don't have to worry about it. The other downside to vertex painting is you do not have the ability to really do a whole lot of color trickery. You still do. You still have the brush like how I have, but that's all you have for the most part. You don't get to set up easy structures with the highlighting, not without doing a whole lot of extra work and understanding some more complex setups, such as lighting effects, camera effects, rigging, and stuff like that. And again, if you're at that point where you're trying to go for those effects, well, then you probably shouldn't be doing vertex painting to begin with. You should be doing the actual texture mapping. So it doesn't make sense to really go through. But again, if you're just going for a real simple model, like, let's say you're just going for like a character from like a comic or something like that, something that you've come up with, or if you've gotten from a content creator, an artist that's modeled it, but let's say it had like that art style, really hard edge colors, then yeah, you can go in there and you can vertex paint that up, and it can be printed off and it could still look really good. We have printed models that are colored by vertex before, and they still come out really good. You just lose out on some of the potential options when it comes to coloring, and for plenty of effects, that doesn't matter. Again, if you're just trying to go for like an anime style art, yeah, it just doesn't matter. And that's a way that you can do it completely free. And if you get good at doing Blender or using Blender, well, the other benefit is that if you do get to the point where you start making your own stuff, you start sculpting, well then again, everything's free. All the paid for programs that you have to use in this process are only to prep the model for this process. But if you have the original stuff to begin with, the non-decimated low poly version, and then the nice high poly version, or sorry, the decimated low poly version, but still carries proper seams and everything. And then you have the high poly version from a creator, and it can be done in Blender or ZBrush. Well, then it all becomes free. Because Blender can just do all that work. And especially now with some of the plugin stuff, if you did want to use just Blender and use the Substance Painting materials, you could even look at doing that. I do eventually want to work on a better workflow where I can just use Blender. I think it'd be an easier thing, and I think it makes the barrier for entry much lower for individuals to get into. And then again, if we get to the point where we're trying to come up with our own materials, well then maybe we'll just make them Blender materials, and then again it's completely free. It's all open source, and we can kind of give back to the artists by also providing some verified colors. Like here's a color that's been verified to work on this equipment. So again, like as full color 3D printing picks up, which I imagine it would, more artists can become a part of that, and they can look at that and offering that into their work. Maybe they want to use it as incentives or higher tier Patreon work. Hey, if you support me higher, then you can get the full color stuff. Turn this down. Get this out of here. Need to find a playlist here that doesn't have vocals in it. But yeah, no. So but I think that'd be something that'd be kind of really cool to eventually do. It'll take a lot of time for sure, but again, like as we see more progress kind of happen, and that'll give us much more incentive to start to look at doing projects like that. And then it just helps out everyone. Helps out the artist, helps out the end user, and if you're looking for someone to make these models, well, it helps out us. So just kind of a worthwhile little endeavor. Here. Yeah, I imagine that this model is going to probably take me about the same time as the last model. Again, it's not the most complex model by far, but also it's not the simplest item. There's a bit of geometry here and there to have to dance around, and that's what takes the longest usually in this process. But much like the last one, first it's going to be a little off, but then I think it's going to start to really come together at the end really quickly. I think the eyes for this model are a lot simpler than the last eyes I did. They look like they're basically, again, just basically a red iris with a normal pupil. So real simple compared to the last ones. And then think the mask I'm gonna hold off and kind of do as a last piece as well, because that has a lot of metallics along with the horns. So I want to again do some lighting effects there to kind of show that off. That's another thing too that makes it a little bit more challenging when it comes to following like someone's depiction, because sometimes they'll use colors that I would even argue don't make sense. You know, like, is that supposed to be a metal mask? Yes or no? Or are they just doing it so it's because they're trying to simulate plastic? Makes it a little challenging sometimes. I think we can kind of figure out something that's going to look really good. And at the end of the day, we just want to make something that looks nice, everyone enjoys looking at. But yeah, it's always helpful if the artist gives us the source material. And I reach out to people, and I get it where an artist may not want to. You know, it's extra work for them, and it definitely comes down to, you know, if they're a busy artist, you know, what does that do for them at the end of the day? You know, and really not a whole lot, because again, this is still a very new endeavor. We're one of the only shops, I think we're one of either 2 or 3 shops in the world that do this. And so it's really it's helping us out, and then helping us offer solutions to others in the future and to the customers. So like I get it where like for the artist itself, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a lot of people. My caveat to that would be, if you render out your work, then you've already done the hard work. Now I do know that some will use Photoshop, so that doesn't work out. They don't actually color the model, they don't actually render out the model, they will render out the, you know, gray version of it, and then someone will use Photoshop to color it up. I have ran into a few of those, which is okay, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense why they don't want to offer up anything on their side. That's a whole extra step, and that does take a lot of time, just as much time as it's taking me, you know. And if they're trying to release, you know, 15, 20 models and say Kickstarter, well, that's a lot of extra labor that goes into it. You're talking, you know, if you spent 5 hours a model, you're talking 500 hours of labor. That's a lot to consider. If you start to factor in cost, just time in general, 500 hours to, you know, to work through a project. You think about it. If you work a normal 40-hour work week, you know, that's a lot of weeks of effort to work through. That's months of effort. So, sorry, I said 500, I meant 50 hours. Apparently I can't even math. 50 hours worth of effort. But still, that's over a week. And that's if you're just doing, you know, 10 models. But no, we have had luck though in the past though, where we have had some artists who render out their stuff, and again they may do the vertex texturing. They just give us color models with the vertex painting on them, and those are some of the miniatures that we have listed on the website. I think it was Miniatures of Madness, if I recall correctly. They're gracious enough to where they now include color models with their tribes. After we talked to them a little bit about doing that. And we've talked to some others who, again, I think they want to, they just don't see where the incentive is currently. But again, for me, it's always, if you've already rendered out your model for the sake of advertisement and you've actually colored the model, then you've done all the hard work. Like it's already It's already been painted, it's already been rendered, and that's basically what I'm doing here. They would be doing the same level of work. And sometimes it's a little easier since they have everything. Again, it's not decimated yet. The belt might be separate so they can easily just drop a color onto it. The spikes might be separate so they can easily just drop a color onto it. Whereas me, I have to paint it all in. It all depends on what their workflow looks like. Not everyone has it set up where they could do that, but it's possible. And if that's the case, well then, what might take me 5 or 6 hours might take them an hour to have a pretty comparable colored model. And so I get it on both sides where, hey, it doesn't make sense. All right, sure. If you don't do it, you know, especially if you don't actually color your model and use Photoshop, then yeah, I'm not going to expect anyone to go out of their way. But there's been some where we've had to talk to and kind of go back and forth and kind of explain, well, here's how it works. And I think there's been a couple times where it's just like, tell you what, if you just give me the model and let me show you, we've been able to actually convince people by doing that as well. Like, how about this? You've already done this work. You've already set this up. Just give me the file. And I'll just show you. Nothing has to be charged. Nothing needs to be exchanged. And there's been a couple people that we've talked to, some artists who not only have they been impressed by how well it turns out, but now that they've seen it, they've actually started to focus a little bit more on their process when it comes to doing the coloring, trying to kind of have a better colored model when they're finished. And it also helps them out too, because of course, you know, they're doing their renderings, and so it makes it look a little bit cooler in the renderings. But if it also means that if the printer can do it, well, it looks really cool in the render, it looks just as cool when it's printed the same way. So that's definitely really, really awesome to see, and that's kind of what we're trying to go for when we're talking about this. I think the problem that we deal with today is that, you know, we've had some people who are bad actors that, you know, kind of take advantage of artists. So some of the artists, especially veterans, are on pretty high alert about changing their process because they may be written in such a way to help prevent issues like that. And I get where, you know, yeah, it sucks for us because it's like, well, we're trying to genuinely do something here, and so we have to go through a lot of convincing of some individuals to help them understand that we're not some, you know, sketchy site that just wants to steal their work and go sell it somewhere else. We've seen plenty of people who would love to take someone else's model and then try to sell on CG Trader, or just blatantly put up an Etsy store and just rip off all their models. And it's like, yeah, I get it. We don't condone that in the slightest. We would be more happy to report any store like that, and we have, because it's like, hey, it's not fair to us. It's not fair to the artists who spent all that time and effort, and odds are it's going to probably be a crappy model when it's done being printed anyways, because if they're willing to go that blatantly and ripping off all that stuff, well, who's to say they're not just going to rip you off by just, you know, selling a crappy model that's probably broken on arrival? And, you know, at what point, why would they care? They went that far. Why are they going to stop by the time it comes to printing a model? So it just sucks that we have to kind of go through that and explain all that. But I think, again, it's going to be something that's going to improve over time. I think, again, as we go through, as more videos like this kind of get out there showing the process, as more products and offerings start to come out there, then I do think that a lot of those artists will start to change their mind and understand that, ooh, this is something that I could be a part of, because at the end of the day, they're artists. They want to make cool looking stuff. They want to make things that people want to have, They want to show off their skills, and we're more happy to have them. Just a big learning item at this point. A lot of questions. And I think to a lot of people, there's a lot of people who don't know the technology even exists. So I think to a lot of people, it's almost like it's too good to be true, and that puts up red flags, which I can understand. And I'm gonna say no, it's not too good to be true, because there is absolutely limitations. Cost is one by far. That's the biggest limitation. And we've talked to some content creators who have said no on just that premise of, sorry, we just don't think between the cost of having this done and what we would charge or what we would do, that it makes sense. So like, you know, that kind of helps in a weird way. That's a good way of showing that no, there is still things that have to be understood and worked out. This isn't some magic box that just makes everyone's dreams come true. But whoops, there's also a lot of that to where like, no, actually it can do that. It can do that perfectly fine. So just a lot of going through and explaining. And I basically understood that ever since I looked at purchasing a full color printer. I mean, I work with it every day, and there's still aspects of it that I learn and understand. I do these painting projects for it, and still I look at some of the models and be like, oh, I wasn't expecting it to turn out like that. And sometimes that's really good, and sometimes that's really bad. It's like, I wasted a bunch of time, and that didn't turn out nearly like how I wanted to, so then I had to go back and redo some efforts. And I say waste, and it wasn't really a waste of time if you're learning something from it, but it's just there's always something to gain, and there's always going to be things that's going to come up that you're not expecting. Okay. You already were starting to see where the straps here and all the spikes and the zipper and all that come together. This piece here is also a metallic color. Future, I may try to have it where my reference photos are up on stream, so because I can get it where you can't really see what I'm looking at. I may put it up over here since you don't really need to see my color selection, because really this is just a template for my colors. I do all my color selection over here. I may try to put up over here like my reference picture. In fact, let me see if I can't do that now. Yeah, let me see if I can't really quickly set up something like that. Let me duplicate this. I just have like a little I just have the picture from the My Manufacturing page here. Let's see, save image as. Let's go ahead and get this downloaded. Save, and let's try to get this into a capture screen. So, image, reference. Find the source for now, so I make sure I grab everything correctly. Browse. Pictures. Oh, now where'd I just save that? Worst. Nope. Where'd it go? Here it is. Can I crop in this? Might do that. Okay, I think that should work. Wish I could preview that. There we go. No. Okay. Hopefully that shows up pretty well on the stream. Double check my thing here. Yeah, I think that should be good enough. Okay. So yeah, that way people can kind of see what it is that I'm actually trying to work towards here. So when I'm picking my colors, and that way I can kind of talk a little bit more about the actual color selection. And this is kind of where I was talking about before, where on some of these here, I think it's probably just by the nature of, you know, what they're picking in their little, you know, in their software. I know, you know, in some cases they're just trying to get something up there that looks good as a reference, because odds are most people that buy these from them, they're going to be painting them themselves. So at most, this is just a reference picture of what they could look like, you know, artist rendition. They're not trying to go for photorealistic, and really, I don't blame them. It's outside of the scope of what they would want to offer. It just comes to someone that would go above and beyond, which kind of goes back to, I get where some artists will say, well, we're not sure how good it's going to look, because maybe they realize right then and there that, well, yeah, but I didn't really spend a whole lot of time, you know, working on this, and I don't want that to be, you know, reflecting of their art, which I fully understand. But the thing about that is that even if they were to give us this, then this actually allows me to load it into something like Substance Painter and edit it. And again, I have all your colors. I at least know what your color palette is. I at least know what you're trying to go for. And if you have notes to give me, then I can go through and make that happen. You know, like, hey, did you want this to have a nice leather look? Where it has some different things going on, or not? Did you want to be kind of like a latex look? You know, right now I'm just inferring, and it'd be much easier to kind of understand that if they want to kind of give me the starting render or the starting colored model, and then just add a couple notes here and there, like, here's the material choices that I'd like to have, and make it, it's not nearly as complex as one would think. We were just doing a model for a VTuber, and I'd went through and I'd made some color options, and they obviously well, they want some changes, and which is to be expected. I would hardly ever imagine that the first rendition is going to be perfect. There's going to be some critiques, and you know, it's their model, it's their creation, so their critiques are welcomed. But like, I went through and I had set up a color that I thought might look cool based on the color palette that was already there. Didn't really have much to go off of, because, well, it didn't really exist in the reference photos. So went through and set it up, and then showed it, and they preferred that we went with a different style entirely, and this meant having like a texture to it, of a wood grain texture and a rope texture. And I think at first I thought that they were asking for quite a bit in that, and it's like, really? It's like, no, it's one of the reasons why I, you know, spend money on this program, is because really within 5 minutes I had both of those, and I showed them they kind of gave me some, we asked some questions like, do you want to be a light color wood, a dark color wood, and like, or just give us the wood, and then I can go look at pictures and find it and see what makes the most sense. And we went through and colored it up the second time around, and they loved it. So yeah, on the second edition, I had some critiques, and it was super easy for me to add in a rope texture and a wood texture. You know, it's what all the stuff here on the side here is for. It's to kind of go with it. And some of these do a very, very good job for even miniatures. Like this leather effect, this stylized leather. It's perfect for going for a leather style on even miniatures. So, like, why go above and beyond that unless someone's really looking for something particular? It looks great. I've used the leather in quite a bit of my minis that I think is, you know, anytime you have a belt, start with that. And then you just tune the colors to work the way you want to work. You know, same with the wood. You know, you could start with the wood and be like, no, I'd rather, instead of it being like an oak, maybe I want it to be like a pine or mahogany or maple. You know, you can at least have places to start and then just tweak it to fit the needs of your work. It's not like I'm going through here and making a wood texture every single time I want to do a wood. And I don't know if maybe it's because they're probably imagining a little bit of like that texture has to be drawn on by hand. That might be a part of it. Maybe they're thinking like a 2D artist who has to like go in and like actually make that happen. But I mean, I'm sure that there's plenty of people out there that would also use, you know, stencils or stuff that they've done. They may have a brush, even a Photoshop brush that designed to make wood grain effects. So it's kind of the same thing here. It's like, nah, for the most part, unless you want a very stylized, you know, look to the grain and everything, this is good enough. And really, we've not really run into a need to go that detailed. But yeah, no, there's a lot that you can do, and anytime that the original artist or whoever is looking at fully colored models, there's times where it's like those extra details they're helpful. You know, don't think that you're being a bother because you're trying to, you know, explain what it is that you want. In fact, if anything, it's like it's what's needed. So when you say, oh well, you know, here's this, and go make it happen, it's like, well, you know, there's times where it's like that's gonna lead to me having to do some interpretation, and if you already had an idea what you wanted to look like to begin with in your mind, then just say it. Because sometimes maybe the idea that you had going on here. Okay, I think that just blends in here, and I think this here, I think this just kind of ends. We can kind of see where I think this is all supposed to be open here. Maybe? Can't tell if that's supposed to be open or closed right in there. I don't know if it's supposed to have the leather come up. Come up like I'm stuck on the thing there. Not sure if the leather is supposed to come up alongside here like that or not. I don't think so. Maybe the other side will give us. No, I think that's supposed to be all the way. Okay, so we'll just have to find a good point that we think is going to look good at ending in. Okay. Yeah, we'll just, I think right about here. So we're kind of in line with this. I think it makes the sense, because then it's like, there. Just down, and just fade it out. And that's fine. All that there is. You're not going to see it. The machine won't let you. Okay. Just kind of going in here doing some touch-up work just because I'm just happy to be in here. No. Don't. I like how that was supposed to be an instrumental, but as soon as it started, it instantly had to, anyways. But let's. Okay, who is this person? I don't. Again, that was that artist had that labeled as an instrumental. Okay. I have to go through and set up some better playlists. I was trying to get pretzel rocks here to work, and I think I finally got all sorted out, although I think I did it backwards, but anyways, I can sign in to the app and everything like I'd want to. Let me see if I can do. We might actually switch to a different playlist entirely. Try this. Okay. Okay. Get back to where I was. Keep going here. Okay. Two more of these spikes, and I think that would wrap it up for these items. Just because I do think I'm going to make these spikes back here. I could make them the same material, but I do think I like the idea of them being a little different. Because also I might have it where the lighting effect for that is also different. Oops. Okay, any spikes over there? Nope. Did I miss anything? Technically the boots. I need to do the boots. Pink on the boots. Haven't done any of that yet. Because technically, from what I can tell, this pink here in this area is a different color than the pink on the tongue, and these are all metallic. So it's a bit of a yes and a no. How do I want to do that? Sometimes what I may also do is group things. So like maybe I might do the boots, and even though I may have a color, I may just copy the color and put it into a different grouping. That way I can kind of keep, again, like some of the layering and everything kind of separate. Because if we look here, essentially, in this case, like the leathery color for this, or the black color on the bootstraps and laces, would be on top of the pink, so that might be a little annoying to deal with. So I might technically just do this, add a folder, we'll just say boots, and then what I can do at this point, just hit Control C, Control V, and didn't put it in there, drag it in. Now we have that here, and I can just remove the black mask here. And I'm trying to look, because I think technically if we go off of the color options, and this is another reason why I want to keep it separate, is the mask, like the air filters, and that of the mask is the same color ink as the, and like the horns, as it is for the boots here. So we're going to probably start with that one. Same here. We need to take this, copy, paste it up, maybe drag it in here. Oh. In this case, we would probably do this, and then one more here. Okay. Hide this, remove this black mask, because we don't want to go off what we already have. We need to create a new one. Or we'll just clear it. We'll just clear out the mask. We're going to clear out this one. That means it's going to fill in the whole model here. Or I guess technically not, because there's still a mask here. So what I could do, let me remove this completely. Then it'll fill in the whole model. What I'm going to do is just try to color pick close color. That is actually pretty dang close. So that's basically the different color that we see. And now we can add the mask here. And then we are going to lay the mask on this one. Click on that. We're going to start with the metallic, because that's going to be easiest to paint up. Be very sloppy about it, because we're just going to color over all this. I'll eventually have to do another leather color. And now, I mean, stuff like this, it's like it really comes down to preference of how you want to structure your project. I don't do this a whole lot. I'm only mostly doing it because we're getting to a point where there's a lot of colors that's been used. Really, there's like 4 colors in this whole model, 4 or 5. And I could definitely see where maybe as I want to come up with my own colors, I may want to have some more options. So what this is really doing is that this is now separating the boots from the mask, and it's separating the mask and the boot from the clothing. And so, yeah, maybe I want to go full on, like, you know, cyber goth, or go for something that's entirely different, where I may have a lot more colors in there. Maybe I want the boots to be all completely different color than the mask. So that's what this is essentially doing for me. Is actually no, this needs to be metallic. And actually, again, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to be painting over this. This is the bottom layer here. This gives me more color zones, is the way to like look at it. To edit and modify. I don't have to repaint this in the future, and this doesn't really take me any more time, except for just creating the groups. So do that here. That's what we're doing in this case. There's been a couple other models that I've done where I plan to make a couple variations of, where I've done this for. And so I'm just giving myself a little bit more wiggle room to have that color adjustment. And since I have to paint these anyways, I might as well just do it now. I mean, there could be a reason that technically if you want to have the most control over your model, it could be argued that for every model, whether you plan to do this or not, you should set up every item as its separate item. That way you do have all that control. Like on the last model, like we could have, instead of using the black color for everything, the legs, the boots, and some other things. Well, what that means is that now if I change the color, it changes for all that. Maybe I still want black boots, but I don't want to have, you know, black belts. Maybe I want them to be white. Well, now that's not possible without going through and making some copies and removing, and then again, that's just additional work. When ultimately you had to color in this stuff, whether it's this one here or this one here, you still had to come in and paint this in. You didn't save any time or effort by really for keeping it the same. Here's a one where it's like just the way that this kind of works out, and again, depending on just the level of control you want to have, some people may argue that even this and this should be different. Maybe you want this to be, you know, black straps, or you know, these little black loops here, but still have a silver or metallic boot sole. Or maybe you want to have a different boot sole, but still want the metallic loops here. With the way I'm doing it now, they're linked together. But luckily, there is a couple methods that you could do. The easiest way of fixing this would be almost as what we did when we copied the colors, and that would be to copy the color once we're done, and then you hide one of them so you don't accidentally, well, you highlight the one that you want to edit, and then you remove the easiest to remove mask. Like in this case, if I wanted to separate these out, what I'd probably do is copy it, and then I'd just come in here with a large erase brush and then just erase the whole thing away, because it'd be easy to, a couple of swipes to knock that out. And then I can just rename that to something else, and then I have I have another mask that can go over and recolor things. The only time that you really ever get into trouble, and that is if you want to be able to turn off layers. Let's say you want to be able to just easily flick off a non-layer to like turn off and on certain colors. Yeah, that will require definitely a lot more prep and understanding of what it is that you want to do. I've done that a few times for when I want to have a second color scheme without messing with the first one. So when I'm done, I'll just copy the whole thing over, and what that means is that I could flip on and off layers without necessarily affecting the other one. And so sometimes I'll do that, but again, it's something I don't do a whole lot. Usually if I'm putting the layer down, I'm intending it to stay. Maybe like lighting effects I might do that for. Okay. Okay, yeah, so we're still doing this like metal plate here. Another thing you might notice here too that you can run into is, and it doesn't matter a whole lot because it's really not going to show, but these little dots that you're seeing is technically because of the skin. That's the dots that are showing up to kind of give it some depth in the texture. To me, it's not really going to matter. I mean, right now, you could, if that did show up in the model, then you can basically characterize that as being like a little nick in this little plate here. In fact, I think most people will just assume that's what that is. If for whatever reason that did bother you and you didn't want that, like let's say you did want to have a pristine surface on that, then what you could do is essentially come in. There's attributes. I'm stuck on the thing here. There's a couple ways you can do it where you can come into where you have your color. And some of these is a little harder depending on what's been all set up, but they'll have a roughness. And so you can change the roughness to where in some cases you can basically get rid of that. And you can see how even me doing this is changing some of the way that the light hits the model. So especially if I went to like the curvature area here and changed it, we can see again how it kind of brightens up some of those highlights. It's a hint, but it's there. That could also be another way that you can kind of work with some of this curvature stuff. But if you don't want to mess with that, the other thing you could do is come in and then basically put in a white mask. You should be able to come in here, put in a white mask, and then should, like remember the key combination, remove it completely like that. Basically what a white mask is doing is it's doing like the opposite of a black mask. So like it's basically like everything's already colored in, and then you're just putting a dot where you'd have like the eraser tool. So you could do that as well. For me, for this purpose, I'm not going to worry that much about it because I don't think you're really going to notice it, first of all. And if you did, then you would basically say it's again like a little nick in this little plate here. If anything, that just adds a bit of character to the model. But that is kind of how you'd be able to fix up something like that if you had something where you're essentially just painting over colors with other colors and then something like that shows through. Or the other one could be if it wasn't a base color like this and it was some other color, well then it would just mean that you just have to erase that section from where you don't want it to be shown. Like how we've been a little sloppy and we just plan to come in and like paint over with another color. Well, you just have to clean up around there and essentially just be a little bit more tidy. But again, for these purposes, yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter. Okay. Okay. I think that basically marks all that there. And you come in and finish doing it for this boot. I'm not sure why I'm being so like particular about this here. I realized what I was doing because we're gonna go over this stuff again. Doesn't really matter if I paint this. For some reason I had in my mind that it was backwards, but nope. Well, it's probably because on the other model up here I had this as a top layer, and in this case this is now a bottom layer. Probably would. Come back in. This. I basically just turn up to a brush. This going. I think the black straps is gonna probably be the harder one. That's gonna be an upper layer. Yeah, again, so doing the straps here, and then especially doing these laces because it's gonna probably be a top layer. So that's where I gotta be a little bit more meticulous with. Okay, now that we got that, we can come up to this color and start coloring this part in. I just need to clean up where I overlap on the silver in this case. Everything else doesn't really matter. And again, it's also, you know, because again, like some people may say, well, this is just being sloppy, but again, it also does help with making sure that you actually got everywhere. There's been so many times where it's like, yeah, I'm trying to be super like, yeah, I'm gonna paint right along here and do this, or especially like here, like I'm gonna paint right along this, and I come in here and try to be super careful, and then I have a bit of like the skin color showing through. So it's like it does help with making sure that, you know, you get more color coverage and that it's what you want it to be. Or at least you don't have another color potentially bleeding through when you're not expecting it to. So again, it's all gonna be preference of how you want to do it. Come in here, doesn't matter. I'll have to color all that. What's this? No. That all up in here. Make sure I got all this. Oh, forgot a bit of the here. Okay. Oops. Nope, not that. There we go. Got that side of the boot done. It's not that color, this color. Well, we still need to clean up that, but we'll at least get all the color down. this, that. All right, got that. Trying to double check, make sure there's no other sections here. Nope, I think it's just that. Let's clean up the spots around the boot here. All right. Get these bits. Probably come in and fill in a little bit this here. I can here fill this up more. The metallic color. Okay, grab this. And see, like here, like I really don't have to worry too much about this. I mean, you're not gonna see that. Right, we'll come in here and fill this in, but that's kind of like what I was meaning about before, like of when you try to get two colors to meet up like that, and sometimes when you get a little too cautious, you get color like that showing through. Be so much easier just to kind of make sure you hit it and then come back and be like, oh, well, does it make sense to have that much purple here? Should this get dialed back to something like that? And then you can look back and be like, oh yeah, that looks much better. Just kind of helps saves you from doing a bunch of tedious work that ultimately doesn't improve the end product or the end result. Coming along and just cleaning up all these edges. Let's see. All right. Got this little area here. Then we need to check the other side. Go ahead and fill that in a little bit more. Get rid of what we did there. Again, you don't really have to spend too much time because it's like you're not really going to see any of that down there, but we'll try to make it a little cleaner. Like on this, I want this to be further down. There There we are. A couple areas here to grab it seams. Okay. Now we can do the other pink. And basically same as before. Most part we're just gonna go over thing here. I'll just go over all of this. Grab it with black. Okay. Wait, I guess this whole, no, it's just straps. That, but the thing above it, the tongue above it needs to eventually. This part. Grab all this and we'll clean it up afterwards. Oh, it's a strap there. Do all that. Get on here. This. In fact, let's just keep doing this. And then we'll go through and any areas that I'm on here. Nope, but definitely a lot of, oh no, there's one. Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of extra areas. Go in and clean it up. Clean that. This could definitely be one of those areas too where, like, if you're having a hard time kind of getting in here, you can almost just paint the whole area black. Because again, you're not going to really be able to see down into it, and as long as there's something there so that the skin color doesn't show through. It just being black would be perfectly fine. But here we can basically kind of go through and at least fix a little of it up, and then we'll grab the other color and come back in, paint that skin area that dark color. And nice thing now is that since this layer is on top of this black color, yeah, I could be kind of reckless about it. As long as I was kind of good with the pink color in this situation. And again, even if it did show through a little, it wouldn't really matter that much. Because trying to look down, you know, again, you're talking about a figurine that here's really your viewing angles, you know, like what are you seeing here? Because she has this on, so you can't really see. So, you know, it's not going to make a difference. We're just doing it for more just completeness sake than anything else. It's also a thing to keep in mind, like when it comes to like coloring costs, like there's really not much savings in using one color or the other. The colors are essentially the same price. So unless you had a color that you was gonna, or like had a model you plan to like make all, you know, red or something, and and then you're gonna make it like all, I think black. I think black's cheaper, with no color added whatsoever. All right, then you may save like 10 cents at if even that. So really, there's no reason. So doesn't matter if you what color you make it. In fact, a lot of times when we are quoting out pricing for people, well, that's how we're able to quote out a fully colored model. We'll just basically figure out how long we think it would take for us to color it up, just based on just looking at it through complexity and everything. And then when it comes to the actual, like what's going to take to make it, well, that's really simple because we just run the model through the slicer as is and pick any color. So yeah, we'll just quote everything with the one color and give people the final price. And then if they want to go through, they can go through with it. If not, then there's a lot of things that we can try to do to adjust the price if that's a concern, or maybe there might be a different way of doing things. We've had some people who obviously come to us wanting to use the wrong technology to make something. A real simple one, but just kind of showing the wrong technologies. We don't have it anymore, but we used to have one of those, you know, print for hire things out there where we'd basically 3D print on commission. And we stopped doing it because, one, it just turned into more headaches than what it seemed like it was worth. I think we really started to understand what it is that we wanted to do. And doing 3D print commissions that is just random stuff that sites send you and stuff like that, it doesn't really allow you to actually make something that's really, it doesn't really allow you to make something that's like a high quality, something that allows you to help give your expertise and your knowledge. But there's been a couple times where, like, for example, we had a person contact us through that site and they wanted a phone case 3D printed, but they picked a real brittle resin. And you know, it's like anyone who's again printing a resin knows that, like, well, as soon as you drop that phone one time, that case is just going to shatter. And so it's like it makes no sense to And it wasn't like the person like had like a fancy design where they're wanting the resin to show off this design. That wasn't any of that. It was just a bog standard, you know, phone case that just happened to fit this person's phone. Really not much design work at all. And I had in the past I had 3D printed my own phone case back when I had my Nexus 6P case. So I've went through and I've done a phone case design that used FDM materials and using TPU to act as like a shock absorber, bumpers, and just some plastics for the design, and just basically came up with something that I thought was, you know, kind of sleek, but again, nothing over the top. I even made one that had like that whole hex pattern in the back and used that for quite some time. And so I contacted the individual and basically said like, hey, like, I'm not sure you want to use this. And I kind of went through and explained, you know, like, here's things. And I actually gave him pictures of the one that I had designed, and it was actually, funny enough, really close to the one that he had found. I think the only major difference was that when I designed mine, which I did it from scratch in Fusion, I basically just took like what would be a rectangle, and then I just cut a couple kind of inset curves out of it to kind of give it some more like sleekness. And then I cut out the holes for the buttons and the camera and you know, all that stuff, the fingerprint reader, because it had a fingerprint scanner on the back. And then the other major thing is the fact that mine had a TPU insert that can go in there, and this one didn't. It's just pure plastic. But I'd shown him like the work that I had done, and after explaining it, he understood. And not only did, you know, that meant that it's out of a stronger material, but it actually meant that it costs less to make. Because of course it's a big flat piece on a resin printer, and anyone again that's printed in resin on SLA printers know how much those printers don't like big, long, narrow, flat pieces. They warp like crazy through the different forces. We are not the type of shop that prints directly on the build plate. When it comes to resin, and frankly, in this case, like it's almost irrelevant. But it just goes where, like, that kind of shows where, you know, we've had people contact us and just want things in the completely wrong material. Like they're wanting like a custom miniature made that wants this, and it's like, well, hang on a second. Like, understand here that, you know, what you're asking for is very expensive, and of course, you know, once they realize, then that basically, you know, ends it right there. But it's to be expected. As much as we love to be able to offer something and give them something, you know, it doesn't work out. We've had people want to have full color prints, and they come in with like, you know, $20 to spend, and it's like, you know, $20 to have someone do even half an hour's worth of work isn't going to be enough for what they're asking. So it's just kind of but yeah, it's just some of the things that we do, and when we try to help quote out people, and it's just getting back to my original point. It's just yeah, colors, it doesn't really matter. You can quote it out as one color, white, black, rainbow color all the way through. And yes, there is like very, very small like differences in prices, but we're talking not even worth considering. Even if you had like a very, very large project in the thousands of dollars, you'd probably save probably $20. It's like, sure, is that a cost savings? Sure, but outside of that scale, then maybe we would be like, hey, if you pick this, then you could save $20. And a lot of times what we also experience at that point, the people really don't care that much. At least $20. But yeah, just nothing to really get too worried about. If you're going to be printing in full color, you might as well use all the colors. If you're buying the colors, use all the colors. It's basically the way to look at it. And there's 10 million different colors they use, at least for our printer. Okay, now we're just gonna go in here and do some more touch-up work around here. And now that I got that kind of wrapped up there, need to clean up this here. Making sure that get all this down in here. Again, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, but we'll kind of go through. Like this spot would matter. You'd see that. If you looked at it right, you definitely see this spot. Clean this up. Okay. Now we got just to do the straps and the laces. Oh, we technically need to clean up some of the purple stuff there, but you know what? Actually, no, we don't, because we need to clean up some stuff here, but that's it. Now I'm going to just go ahead and copy this as this loads. Hang. Drag it in here. And then your mask, and then we'll just repaint this color right in here. So I'm in here doing all this. And it's gonna be the laces that's gonna probably be the bit of a tedious part here. This here. I'm sure how long we've been going for on this one. Take a look. A couple hours, almost 3 hours. Okay, this here. Alright, do this buckle here, except I didn't get that last time. Go ahead and do this, clean up around here a little bit, and then there. Grab that little bit. This is part of the curvature. Grab this here. Go ahead and put a little bit brown there. Make it look a little better. More crisp of a line. Same here. And here's like, we can kind of see where you can see a little bit of that color showing through. So that's, again, to kind of point out where when you can be a little reckless, you should just be a little reckless with your colors, so you don't have things like this pop up, or when you're trying to remove other colors, you don't have like that pop up. So what happens when you try to get a little too precise, you may not exactly line up correctly, because I mean, it could be that you're looking at it from different angles, so you're slightly disagreeing with yourself on where something should begin and end. Or maybe if they're looking at them all, it turns out, oh, I should actually go back a little further. So, you know, we'll actually come up here. I think it'd be really cool is if eventually, if they made some UV inks. That'd be really, really cool. I should ask. I want to see. I wonder if that's ever been something they thought about. I think they have UV inks in their 2D printers. I wonder if they ever thought about making UV inks for their 3D print. I imagine it'd be kind of a pain to swap out the inks, but that'd be kind of a really cool idea because then that kind of gets into yet another aspect that you just can't really get with the other technologies. At least imagine like blending colors and having blending of UV. Because usually when you think about UV, you just think about some pretty base colors. You know, the greens, blues, pinks, purple, yellow. But if you can come up with a way of like doing like a blending, then you basically keep black the same, and the brighter it is, the quite literally brighter the color would be, the more UV that would be in it. Yeah, I wonder if they've ever thought about doing something like that. And for those who don't know, with the current machine, we cannot use third-party inks. It's a closed ecosystem. So it's not like we can just go out and just buy resin off the shelf or any resin printer and throw it in there. The machine has a way of tracking the inks, and they're encoded, they're chipped and everything, and even though, yeah, I think it'd be really cool, I'm not sure if there's been anything done because, you know, there's a lot of complex moving mechanical parts when it comes to this machine, and I don't think I want to ruin it just because I want to try some fancy, you know, ink that someone said would be a good idea. So okay, got that strap. We'll go ahead and do this laces here. Actually, these won't be that bad. As I thought they would be. Get this going. Get this going through here. Amp this here because that does need to be there. Okay. Clean that up. Yeah, sometimes some of these like laces and stuff like that, that can be quite a pain. This one isn't too bad. I've done boots in the past, some other things, and then again, they're just one of those. You're trying to get around all the different geometry and trying to get around all the different geometry. These are pretty thick laces, all things considered, so they're not that bad. But and also when these get decimated, they quite often get like really, really messed up, where like they almost don't even look like laces anymore, more or less just like triangles, and you're trying to get them to look good. And there's been a couple models I went through where, again, it's kind of like, oh, I wish I just had the original. Because again, like artists, what they'll do is they'll decimate a model to cut down on size, and especially like when you're trying to sell models to others and then they run into their slicer, you don't want to have, you know, a 2 million polygon model. It, you know, it makes massive file sizes, makes, you know, so downloads become challenging for your users. At the same time, for us, it's like, we don't care. I'd rather spend an hour downloading a model if it means I'm gonna have the raw model to work with than a optimized for transfer model that's had a significant portion of the geometry just quite literally destroyed, you know, decimated. So like laces like this can be sometimes be a challenge because of that. And I think there's been a couple boots I worked on where just doing the laces alone probably took me 30-40 minutes to get through. And I gotta tell you, that's a chore. Okay, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna start doing all the cleanup work as kind of one fell swoop, and hopefully we'll have some nice looking boots. Yeah, clean it. This here, like I could technically do this because then that's just gonna help give me a little bit more insurance that I actually got to the edge there, and same like this here. That there. And it's usually easier just to clean up with the eraser tool than it is to try to get really precise with the drawing tool. All the faces again. Okay, let's see here. Got that lace to do. Oops, still have this one on the other side. Then, let's see, what am I going to do after the boot? Yeah, this had to come along. Probably start doing the, I guess I start doing the jacket. And I think this model will start to really come together really quick once I start doing that, because we basically start with all the tedious stuff first, which mean, I'm not sure it means that. It's such a thrilling stream to start with all the T stuff first, but it also means that once we move to the jacket, again, this model is going to fall into place really quickly. And so I get, oh, did I ever do the, I never did this strap over here. What I was saying is, actually, I don't even know what I was going to say. Talk about doing a jacket and whatnot, but lost my thought there. Anyways, yeah, but doing the jacket, this will go by a lot faster to get all that color in there, because really it's just going to be where it interacts with the model, and for the most part there's not a whole lot when you compare it to, like, say, like this strap. Technically it's constantly touching the model, where the jacket is going to have its own. And we can essentially just go through. Bigger brush here, just kind of finish filling this in. And again, like if this here, like, because like this starts to make less sense to have these little dots there, but I'm not that worried about them. I don't think you're gonna really do too much, especially on these dark colors. Again, it's gonna really bury that detail. Do that. Got that. Let's do the back side, because I missed, because I painted this pink and it threw me off. Too much pink. Okay. Then here, I can basically do this. Here, I don't think it really gonna matter a whole lot, as long as it seems halfway convincing, since there's no real actual line to follow. That color. Yeah, because the other thing to keep an eye out for is, because the brushes here, they have a softness level. You can adjust how soft and hard it is. But as you get smaller, that softness and hardness level also changes in relation. Sometimes you'll be going along and you think you have a pretty hard brush and you scale it up a little larger, and then it softens up a bit. Okay, I don't think it's gonna matter that much. This one I'll just fix because it is slightly annoying, but I don't think the other is gonna matter that much. Clean up this around here. All the fun cleanup work. Nice thing about this one is I can kind of reevaluate that area here. Actually, try something like that. Gonna be good enough. Okay. Let's fix up this here. Fix up this pink while we're here. Apparently I missed quite a bit there on that metallic color. I think that's gonna be pink. Anything else that's really bad that could be fixed up? That, this. Not gonna worry that much about all that because again, we're back to where it could be very hard to see in there. Okay, there's still a couple things there to clean up, a couple things there to clean up. So let's, yeah, it's like things like this where they can kind of creep up on you, and this is where it's like sometimes I'll just need to come back to this, and then I'll start to spot a lot more of those little mistakes. I'm not gonna worry that much about that though. Clean up this pink while I'm here. No. Color. Clean up this here. And then metallics, and clean up some of that darker purple or pink here. Put some of that leather in there. Okay, and then probably here's offending thing. And then yeah, I'll come back to this one later. Now we're just kind of again getting to this really nitty gritties of trying to clean up, and I don't want to spend too much time while live going over all that. This is stuff that again I'll usually do at a future time. I'm just trying to clean up things that would look really bad for an overall, you know, model. Okay, got that. Let's see here. come back, do this. Clean up that strap there. And clean around here. These laces and this strap here. We can move from these boots pretty soon. Gear that up. Took off too much on that one. All right. Anything else I need to clean up around there? I might start calling it here on the boots, just 'cause these are still taking quite some time. And do a couple more fixes here and there. Probably will pretty soon say I'm done, just to move on to another spot, and I'll come back and fix this when I'm not streaming it. Just because, again, I doubt anyone wants to see me just sit here for an hour straight, meticulously tidying up little bits and bobs like that. They want to see progress. But that does mark the boots basically done. So we can move on to doing the jacket. Now, luckily, basically kind of the color that we picked for the jacket is pretty close to, or what we picked for the boots is pretty close to the jacket. Actually, no, this is actually darker. We're gonna go with an even darker pink. What we're gonna do is we're going to add a new folder. We're gonna put jacket, and then we're going to basically take what we have here. Nope, not that. Oh, there's no material. Button to do that. Not sure even what button that was. Now my brush isn't. Okay, that's strange. Let's delete that. Let's try this again, because for some reason that like messed up what I was highlighting here. That's weird. Yeah, what is this? I don't even know what brush this is. I somehow like swapped into a different brush. What brush did I swap into? Mix. I would like to know what I managed to hit there. Oh, I'm not sure what brush I managed to swap into on this. But it's also like weird because it's like lagged behind. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, what is this trying to do? Spacing, flow, size. Okay, no, not that. It's not that. I don't know what this weird little... It's not that tool. It's not this tool. It's the first time I've ever seen this pop up. And there it is. Okay. There's the distance. Somehow this distance thing got enabled. Okay. Don't know what hotkey that was. Say? Oh, lazy mouse. What is lazy mouse? Weird. Don't like it. So I managed to enable a hotkey to enable a lazy mouse setting here. Okay. What was that? Oh yeah, so I need to first, let's go ahead and just remove the mask entirely so we can kind of get an idea. Now this one, as we kind of see in our picture, it's a darker jacket than everything else. It's kind of like a dark maroon, kind of something like that. even darker, something like that. And I think I might try to do a lighting effect on this too, kind of help really make it like sheen a little bit more. And then what I'll also do is turn down the roughness on this one. Now again, like that's not really gonna do a whole lot for like our base color, because that is still our base color. But we can at least if anything's trying to be interpolated here, we can do that. Okay, and then on this here, I probably will go ahead and do a white mask. So I can come in here and remove all these for this, because it's not going to make sense here in the slightest. And being a large flat surface, this probably will show up some places, and I don't want it to. Okay, now we've done that, we can come back in here and we're going to add a black mask. Now you can kind of see like how that works out. So we basically got rid of the colors, essentially what we did. And the reason why we did a white mask there instead of a black mask, because we just basically said, hey, this is where you start. And so get rid of all this in an area where I don't want him. But now we can kind of come back in. Let's do this. We are going to have to fix it for this hand here. Let's go ahead and do that. I will need it here. Yeah, but yeah, just think about it like the mask is being inverted. So we say, yeah, have a mask, but have it where it's already painted everywhere. And then we're basically going and saying where we don't want it. So in this case, it's a little different because I don't have an eraser tool. Both tools do the same thing. So I'm on the drawing tool, I hit X, and you can see where it flips my sphere to black. And then that kind of helps. Then, yeah, that's basically me flipping my tool around where it says instead of drawing with white, and we can kind of see here in this little preview what it looks like. They're basically saying, hey, instead of drawing with white, we're drawing with the black, and then that's what's driving this, telling it to either remove or keep the item here. And get rid of that. And then we right here. And there's other ways you can also do this too, because there's a whole other section of how you could basically tell when things such as roughness should go through other colors. But usually for my purposes, I don't really have to come in that often to fix any of this up. And really, at the end of the day, I could probably just get rid of this entirely. Because I don't think it's going to really show up a whole lot. But we haven't, so we're going to go ahead and use it. Now we're going to just come in here. And then back around here. Good thinking this. No, the sleeves are actually pink. These cuffs are pink. We can go ahead and color it. It won't really matter a whole lot. These all need the color though. Now we're trying to get a lot of color put down. This by far takes up the bulk of the model. You know, in some ways, some may say I should start with this color since it's like the main base color, but I think we'll be fine with the way we did it. And I'm just hitting up here mostly so I'm sure I at least got color in here. It's usually better, like if you did manage to like miss a color, which you know you are going to miss colors here and there. Just there's a lot of areas where it could be easily overlooked, but usually it's better to have like an actual color in there that's pretty close to the color you're working with. It's like to have the dark purple in there when you miss a little bit of the light pink, at least it's not going to be, you know, white or something that's really off-putting. It should be something that's going to be something that could be almost, you know, self-hiding in a couple ways. Yeah, like I don't really need to do these because they're going to be pink, but I'm just going to make sure I get up all around the sleeves and everything and down here. This bat doesn't really matter because I'm gonna color a different color anyways. Back looks like it should be the same color, pink. It's here. Okay. That's gonna mark that. And then we need to do kind of like the pink that we did for the top of the boot. Needs to start going in, so let's copy that. Let's go to a different song. Go. What did I copy over? Somehow I copy the whole thing over. Oh, did I somehow? I think I somehow like accidentally put another folder down. I didn't want to. Okay, well I definitely didn't want to do that. Don't care about that folder. That folder can go away. Back down here in the jacket, just like that. There we go. Don't know where that other folder came from, but. Okay. Now we can start going around doing this pink effect again. Got a lot of pinks in this model. Gosh, what is with these songs? this up around here. I forget if that's supposed to be a metal zipper. Oh yeah, so that also needs to be a metallic. The zipper port, like I'm not sure how you define the two things of the zipper. Like the teeth here supposed to be black, and then the looks like the actual zipper itself is supposed to be metallic. Here we're just getting up around. Let's change it. Up around here. This. Around here. Okay, let's clear out this while we're here because we can. Okay, now we're starting to get some of that in here. Let's come around here and we'll clean this up afterwards. Are these supposed to be pink? I don't know what these are supposed to be on the inside here. They don't really have a good view. It's almost like this. We're gonna do. Then we'll just put the pink around them to give it an effect. This, got that. All right. Yeah, around the sleeves are supposed to be pink here. Looks like they basically kind of just disappear into darkness almost inside the sleeve. So we're gonna just do this, kind of give it the same effect. Make sure I get the whole thing, because even this is supposed to be pink. Okay, come over here. What is with these songs? Alright, we're finding a different station here. It's like someone's trying to make songs for like the next or Gran Turismo or something. Take a look what we have here to pick from. Apparently it's just no. We'll try this. Actually, we'll do this. this going. And we'll come back and clean that up later. That one could be pretty tedious. This down. Okay. Pull that up. Okay, got that. This doesn't really matter because I'm going to go over that with something else. Alright, got that. Need to fix this part up. Probably that's good enough for now, so we can just keep moving along. Let's clean up all of this area real quick. This going. Up here. Yeah, still cleaning up along this side. I think I'll call that there for now. Move on to this. Clean up around here real quick. All right. Actually, I think this part here also is supposed to be, I think this is actually correct with the dark color here, so all this actually needs to go away. I got confused with the spike strip up here. This all needs to be this color. Based on what I can tell on the reference photo here. Get that. Okay. I need to do this pink side here. This doesn't really matter because I'll just come over this all with a different color so I can really be pretty sloppy about that. This needs to be pink. All these straps on the inside need to be pink. Don't want to hit that though. No pink on the leg there. Alright. Come on, get in there. Stupid camera. Do this then. Sheesh. Okay, then I'll do this section here. Most part that should be fine. Nothing over there. Good. Marks all of that done. What we need to do now is do like the lining, which the lining is kind of close to what we had for the boot color. Okay, mask. Add it all in here. Gosh, done pink here. That's all supposed to be pink. Just jack it all in here. Dip around here, there, here. Come in, fix this up in a second. all that, and then all this needs it. Okay. Come in here. Got the leg again. Not sure what I just did there. Grab something. Alright. Whoops, not that. Wrong key. And now it's auto saving. This here, there, got the leg again. It's part of the stockings there. I'll have to fix that in the future. I'm not gonna do it now because not worth going into. Go ahead, come in here, get all this finished up. This. Okay, let's get all this up in here, fixed up real quick. Actually, I can just leave that because I can paint over that with different color. Get that off. Get in here. There. Here, do all this. This cleaned up. Again, I won't put too much time into doing that because I think for the most part this actually fairly good. We'll at least show like what we're going for here. And now I'll come in here because again, this will just be, if I go in and focus on this, it's going to be another hour of me just fiddling around and I doubt people want to watch an hour of me just fiddling around. Let's see here. We're just gonna get this. I mean, overall, I mean, it's coming along fairly nicely. Just kind of get in here and fix up some of these details here for the time being. This, come here. Let's see. Come up, grab this. There's definitely one area where it's kind of nice, because at least on these areas, if you do miss, and this kind of what I was mentioning before, where, you know, even if you don't have the colors exactly right, they're close enough where you actually can't really always tell. Especially as you get the curvatures and everything else in there. So even if you do have a couple issues, they kind of, in a way, hide themselves. And really, at that point, we're just mostly worried about the truly offending areas. Like this arm here, because this arm obviously needs a different color. Come in here, clean up this real quick. Now go ahead, probably just move on to doing the zipper portion and then do the metallic portions. That one's pretty straightforward because that's just going to really just be a black color. There's really not too much in this. From what I could tell in the render, it's just supposed to be just black. So what I'll most likely do is probably just do a solid color here actually. Ding, ding, ding. Turn the roughness all the way down. Because then I'm gonna hope, well, not hope, I'm gonna have it where the this has an effect here. A zipper's gonna take forever to do. I might hold off on, well, I'll just do it this way. I need to come in and do all these loops in here with the dark maroon color, and again, that's just gonna be one of those tedious jobs. It's gonna just take forever. I didn't realize that until I just looked at it. So we're gonna paint it black for now. It'll be just as good. Can get this pretty well dialed in. Come on. And usually, again, it's not really that great to have a pure black color like this. Even in here, it's still not pure black. It's like a really, really dark gray. But I'm going to use a lighting effect to essentially hit all these edges, and then that's going to automatically do some edge highlighting for us. Because really, all this is really going to do is just kind of make it where all this just gets put as a black strip. You won't really see any detail between the loops and the edges, just black. Yeah, another good way of looking at it would be switching over to the base color. And here we can basically see how you just can't see anything. So, just a way of kind of seeing for what it actually is. Bigger brush. I'll clean up with the eraser brush. here, do all this, do this. Why is that not? Oh, it's that. Let's see here. All right. Come through this. Let's see. Let's come through here. Okay. Alright guys, I think on this one I probably will have to call it here for this particular stream. I think it's still going to be quite some time before I'm able to finish up the rest of this mod, just because I still have to do the mask and the hair, and I have some other things that are coming up that I need to attend to. Yeah, so basically I'll just kind of go through, finish up doing the efforts here, and I may bring this one back on the stream, may finish it up on a separate stream, haven't decided yet. But yeah, thanks everyone that joined, and thanks for everyone that watched, and hopefully you learned something and realized that it's not nearly as hard as one may think to prep these models. And I'll go ahead and try to do some work to make this a little better. And, I'll see you guys all next time.